Hey everybody, give me just a sec here. There, I can see the cat. Okay, there you go. That's what I'll do. Okay, sorry about that. So we're doing angel essentials. So, a lot of times we've taught classes about specific angels and the issues or the physiology to handle that particular angelic energy is something that we work with in those specific classes. This class is just really about working with angelic energies in general and not super specific to any one particular angel. It's just kind of a mechanics of what's happening when you're invoking angels. So, right off the bat, why work with angels, right? So, I'd like to put out this phrase so that we kind of have like a better understanding. And it's intuition reveals reality. When we have our everyday mind, it's processing sensory information, it's processing the things that happen in the day, it's thinking about things in the past, it's subject to a bunch of conditioning, it's really a little bit here and a little bit in the past, right? And so we're not always seeing things for what they are. We're seeing it through like a piece of glass that's been colored in the past. The thing that I always like to bring up in situations like this was this um, explanation by somebody named Annie Besant, who was a theosophical person back at the turn of the last century. And she said, the idea of how we perceive, our environment, the reality, it's like looking through a piece of glass, right? And when you ever have any sort of experience, good, neutral, positive, it keeps coloring this piece of glass just a little bit darker shade of green. And it just, a little bit of green, a little bit of green, a little bit of green, a little bit of green. So at some point, you're looking through this glass that also has a certain level or degree of green on it, right? And then somebody walks up to you and holds up a red ball and goes, "What is this?" And you look at it and you go, "It's a ball," which is true, right? Then they say, "But what color is it?" So that red ball looking through the green glass looks brown or black, right? So then you say brown or black. So you got a piece of the information correct and you got a piece of the information incorrect because of past conditioning, right? Like your past experiences, your thoughts, your viewpoints, whatever it is, right? So again, this is tied to the logical part of your mind that is processing things from the past and your senses. And so when you really want to pierce through that green piece of glass that, is a metaphorical way of explaining your conditioning, you go to intuition. And intuition is beyond the senses. It brings in information that is beyond your normal everyday mind. Intuition is also guidance from the soul. So you are looking at things beyond sensory information, and you're also getting information coming from the soul that can present information for you in any given situation. And even people who are a bit intuitive, still this aspect has to be like really kind of cultivated, because that conditioning, you could say, has programmed your brain and your mind to be a particular way, right? It's tied to survival. it's kind of necessary to survive in the normal everyday world. But when you're trying to heal, when you're trying to be more spirited or spiritualize, these become a little bit of a stumbling block. And so how do we pierce through this is we go through and we train the mind with different processes. And so according to the being that, let's not go into the name too much right now, but that's a whole nother ball of wax. But according to the being that gave the Kabbalistic teachings to Abraham, and that same being is compiler of like the Buddhist tradition, the way that we would know it today. This great being, he said at one point, there's three things that if you work, if you work these aspects, you can spiritually grow and evolve at a very rapid rate. And one of them is the practice of theurgy, which is the work with angels. And it's basically like the science of becoming more conductive to angelic beings. And think of angelic beings as being emanation. These beings are emanations from the heart of God. And they come in and they can shift your perceptions, they can shift your perspective, they can shift your physiology. But more importantly, if we can become a vessel, like a vessel for these angels, not only do they pass through and shift our physiology, eventually that energy, that angelic energy, passes through our body and ends up going through the soles of our feet. And you could say, when it passes through the soles of the feet, you are breaking down things that have happened in the past, things that maybe you've done that haven't been so good, or things from past incarnations or patterns in your life, basically kind of what you would call karmic issues, karmic imagery, whatever version of that you'd like to say. Part of like when you say or amen or amin, amon, amen ra, any version of that. Basically, when you say that at the end of a prayer, even in the Buddhist tradition, hum or om ahum, when you do that, light is being released from the soles of your feet into that area below you, right? And it's still part of your energy body. It's tied to the things that you connect from through the connection to the earth, that you attract from the earth. You could say like the earth is a really great bellhop. It doesn't judge your request good or bad. It's just whatever your request is, it just brings it, right? So if you want good things, it brings it. But if we have a lot of unconscious things that maybe have us think something like negative or want something negative, the earth doesn't go, that's not good for you, let's not do that, right? And so this is the danger sometimes of having these stories in our head, is we're attracting things that are not necessarily of reality, and it puts us at odds with the environment. And part of our development is through resolving conflicts, harmonizing conflicts or conflicting things that are in opposition in us. Like that's part of our growth, is the ability to harmonize these oppositions. Like even in your energy body, the heart and the solar plexus oppose each other. The forehead, which is awareness, and the ajna, which is focus, they oppose each other. So the harmonizing of the two is tied to like spiritual growth, evolution, deeper levels of peace, deeper levels of being, to experience the higher soul. So with that, You can use it for physical healing, you can use it for psychological healing, but I would even say working with angels is almost like a kind of spiritual healing. Like it's a deeper form of psychotherapy. You know, psychotherapy, you can work on, oh, this trauma, that trauma, this fear, this anxiety, that anxiety. But when a certain level or degree of a connection is established, you literally can just go, oh, there's a bunch of trauma, and just literally walk away from it. Like changing the frequency on a radio, you can change the frequency of your physiology, of your mind. Most importantly, it's your brain. You're able to change the frequency of the brain. And so with that, that's kind of what we shoot for with doing work with angels, is you're trying to change, you're trying to evolve, I should say, your brain, your physiology, your emotions, your mind, your perceptions, all these aspects. And you're trying to get to your truer nature, not the conditioned self, but your truer nature. And if you want to end suffering that's going on in your life, getting closer to your truer nature is much more likely to get you there than the conditioned self, right? Conditioned self always has theories. I need to do this, I need to do that, if this could happen, if that could happen. When the truer nature is more about just being rather than trying to do something. You have to balance both, but true healing comes when you can just reach that state of just true, like just being, like being present, like not trying to do something, not you're just allowing for the presence to wash over you. Yeah. So anyway, so the abstract mind. So how this is going to work is we are going to do kind of these exercises today to help prepare you for what we do tomorrow. And what we do tomorrow is a very strong way to go through and invoke angelic energies. And this is, like I said, non-specific. So if you have an angel that you really feel drawn to, you're going to get to work with it tomorrow. Even if you don't have the oil blend or whatever, you'll still get to work with it tomorrow. But today, it's like kind of preparing your body for this energy to wash over you, to flush over you, right? You don't have to do this every time you're going to invoke an angel, but it's good to do this from time to time, just to keep preparing the body, because the intensity of tomorrow, like your ability to connect and have that energy affect you, depends on how well you do this today, right? So like if you really go through and work this, it's a little bit stronger tomorrow. If you do this 5 times, it's even more stronger tomorrow. If you do this 10 times, it keeps accumulating, right? So first we're going to deal with the abstract mind. And the abstract mind has the ability to perceive things that are not necessarily of the senses, right? But can like bring something that is from the ethers, or something that's very, very abstract, and is able to kind of process it and put it into like thoughts, or even communicate it, right? So another way of saying the abstract mind is processed wisdom. Wisdom is a flash, it's an insight, and like, oh, that's amazing. And then somebody says, what is it? And you go, well, it's kind of like, and you start trying to talk it out, and you're like, hey, yeah, I'm not doing it any justice. In fact, I'm butchering what came in, right? the clearer that the abstract mind is, the more activated that the abstract mind is that when you have a flash of wisdom come in, you're able to process it and put pen to paper or to say it out or apply it in your everyday life. Like you can see like somebody who has the abstract mind, like you can present them with a new piece of information and they don't necessarily just go, oh, I'm doing this, it would fit into this. They could take the information and they go, I could do this with it, I could do that with it. Like they can see different ways of applying it in a way that's not necessarily from their past, but it's more like it's an innovative approach. Like I could take this and step up the game, XYZ. And sometimes it has nothing to do with anything that they know about, but they're able to process it and start concretizing it, right? We want to be able to do that with the angelic energy coming in. We want to be able to perceive it and have that energy like influence us to a certain extent, right? And so you could say that this makes you more adaptable, but even more so, it will make you a little bit more strategic and a little bit more innovative in nature, right? So you have some choices here: Cistus, Labdanum, Cistus Supreme, and Galbanum. Galbanum is pretty good for this, and so yeah, it's not a lot of choices there, but there's some choices. And in the kit, I believe it's galbanum. So whatever oil that you have, go ahead and pull it out. And before we even start doing a process, let's do this. You're pulling out your oil. How about we do this? We'll do this as a baseline. Let's just feel the way it feels with an angel right now. And then as we go through and we do this process, we go through and we reevaluate. So I think everybody's familiar with Michael. Should we do Michael? Maybe we'll do Raphael. Raphael is the healer. Raphael is also tied to developing what you would call the inner sense. And in a way, Raphael is tied to us being able to connect more deeply to something internally. But Raphael is also associated with certain kinds of clairvoyance, certain ways of being able to perceive the things going on around you, and helps you to like heal yourself, but actually increases the potential for your ability to heal situations or heal others. It comes from the development of that inner sense. You guys would know the inner sense as the 3 brain technique. Okay, so just be still. I'll invoke Raphael. Just notice what you feel. I'm just going to tone the name. Ra. Fa. Ra, fa, el. I think I'm going to have to stop. Otherwise, you're going to lose me for the day. Oh, that was nice. Okay. So, pay attention to how you feel. Like a lot of times something kind of washes over you where you feel like a little like peace or a little stillness or a little bit of your mind just goes blank. You know, for me, it's usually all of the above. When I started invoking angels, man, my mind goes completely blank because you're tapping more into intuition and not the logical mind. And like when I say that, it's not that the logical mind is bad. The logical mind is very necessary for everyday life, but for healing, for going within, for the things that make you feel fulfilled, for spiritual aspirations, the logical mind is just not capable in that area. It has an idea of it, but a lot of times what it does is it just collects pieces of information and doesn't really apply anything. It doesn't produce anything. It just is like a collector of sorts. So here you're starting to have a little bit of an experience. So we want to deepen this. Okay. So with the oil that you have, just begin inhaling. You're not even following a pattern yet. Just begin inhaling. Yeah, sure. They can inhale that. And then just pause for a moment. Okay. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Okay, let's just pause for a second. So the little bottles, for the ones that got the kit, the little bottles that look like this, do remember that it has a little lid that you want to flip open like that so that you can see the hole, right? Like that keeps it from, leaking out or whatever. So unflip it so that you can see it, and you can either hold it in front of your nose like so, or you can turn it upside down and then raise a finger and then just tap it and a drop comes out, and then you smell that way. That's nice. What am I doing? Okay, so you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Now move your awareness to your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And why don't you just pause for a moment? Just pause, be still, let your eyes be closed, just let it incubate. And again, you're inhaling, your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on the top of your head. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the top of your head. And then just pause and be still. You're just pausing and being still. Notice how you feel. For me, uh, I notice that when I do this process, I have less chatter, which keep in mind the chatter that's in your mind. A lot of it is from the nervous system and the endocrine system. And so by quieting it down, you can actually have more mental activity rather than physiology affecting how your mind works. Again, moving closer to intuition revealing reality. Both cystis and galbanum are very harmonizing to the body, to the physiology, to the emotions, the mind, and even harmonizing the aspects of spirit and matter. So some of it's the oil, some of it's the pattern. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is between the eyebrows, the ajna. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your feet. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the feet. And your crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just be still. Just be still. Shall we do an experiment? Of course. Keep your eyes closed, and I'm going to invoke Raphael again. Same way. Let's just see if you can feel a difference. Ra. Fa. Ra. Fa. Okay. Did you notice a difference between before we did the beginning application and after? So let's continue. We're going to go down to application B. So you're still using the same oil, but now your awareness as you inhale is on the back head, which is opposite the eyebrows on the back side. So go here and then follow it away around to the back side. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back head. Move your awareness to the throat, your throat, the center of your throat. Your awareness is on the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Your jaws, the jaw miters. And then the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Jaw minors, where they hinge in front of the ears. Your awareness is on the jaw minors, taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. the back of the throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And then just pause and be still. That's that great. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the armpits. Nice, long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the armpits. Your elbows, the front of your elbows where the crease is. The wrists, The palms of your hands. Your awareness is on the palms, taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now you're practicing arm awareness. So your awareness is on your whole arm, from your shoulder down to your fingertip. And then just be still. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the armpits. Your elbows. Your awareness is on the elbows. The wrists. Your awareness is on the wrists. The palms of your hands. Your awareness is on your palms. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your arms, your whole arms, from the shoulder down to the fingertips. And then pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the hips, the sides of your hips. Your knees, the back of your knees. The ankles. Now go back to the Achilles tendon area. So right above the heel on the back where that tendon, that thick tendon is, put your awareness on that area. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then leg awareness from your hips down to the bottom of your feet. Just be still. One more time. You're inhaling, your awareness is on your hips. Your knees, the back of your knees. Your ankles. Awareness is on your ankles. The Achilles area, so on the backside, above your heel, on that big thick tendon, your awareness is on that area. Soles of your feet. Then your whole legs. Just be still. Let's just check something. Just be still. Roll. Fall. Ill. Roll. Fall. Ill. Okay. Notice how you feel. Let's maybe share experiences and ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. This is preparatory. This isn't necessarily invoking the angels. Me invoking Raphael just kind of shows you what's happening as we're doing this process more than anything. So let's try to keep it to this particular application, this segment.
Go ahead, Lara.
Hey, Laura.
Um, that was really powerful for me, and I'm going to want to. I was finding myself spacing out and not being, as focused at certain times.
Mhm.
But it was very powerful. Um, you know, one of the things you do is take us to a certain place where we're so chilled out, and then you drop these incredible pieces of wisdom on us,
It's
like
what
we're
I
supposed to
do.
be able,
Like I know.
like we're supposed to be able to figure that
I
out.
know. Uh, I
So I
crack
want to
myself up
ask you, because
sometimes. Yeah,
I hope that it's getting into a different level, because
yeah.
it really was definitely not getting into anything logical. That's for darn sure.
Well,
Um,
so here's the thing, like with that is it like this process isn't so much like pushing you like super into the intuitive mind. It's like kind of harmonizing the intuitive mind and the logical mind. And there's a little bit of like I don't want to say rewiring, but there's like a re-education process that kind of happens between the two parts of your mind. And um you could use this like you could use this to unwind at the end of the day. You could use this to right before you go to bed. It would increase or improve your like your dream time. So it's not necessarily just for angelic energies, but like to bring in the angelic energy, you kind of, you want to be in the intuitive, but we're also like it comes in through the intuitive mind, whatever energy comes in, and then it crosses over and goes into the logical mind and then kind of drops down into the body. So here we're just kind of creating that like pathway for it to like hit the brain and then be able to drop in. And so like if you did this on a regular basis, you'd notice that like when you're in a situation and you know say it's like some goal you're trying to do, or like say you have a family issue or family pattern that you're trying to address. The working the three brain stuff really refines your ability to just bring in like instinct, feeling, and like your thought process. And so like even this would develop that thought process, like the part that has to do with the mind, even more so. It would refine it more so that you can see something very deeply, like very piercing, and then kind of have this mix of intuition and the logical mind of like, this is how it's going to go down. Like, so it's like kind of, it could stand on its own, but it's also something you could use to enhance like the three brain thing that we've been working on for the last month or two. And so it's quieting to the mind, but like you could say quieting is one way of saying it, but I would say my experience is like I would say it's organizing the mind. Like it's the mind gets quieter because everything's like kind of in its proper place. Like it's like inner feng shui or whatever you want to call it, where like when you need intuition, it's there. When you need logical mind, it's there. Like, and you're not like having the chatter from past conditioning or from your physiology. You're just like in the moment and like, okay, what do I need to do? And so I mean, this little piece right here is just, I mean, anytime you're working cystis, labdanum is like a kind of cystis, and galbanum, man, they would have an impact on this area no matter what. But here doing this very specifically like really drives it in.
Got it. Okay, so that was you just hit a large part of my question.
Uh-huh.
Because when you were talking about the chatter of the mind,
Mhm.
you said that it's, a lot of it is physiological, that it's in the endocrine system,
Endocrine and nervous system. Yeah.
and um and a whole okay, I jotted a few notes and they really don't make sense.
So
Um
let me refine that little piece. So, okay, so a lot of times when you kind of calm down or regulate or even raise the vibration of the nervous system, you'll notice that your mind goes quiet, right? So a lot of that chatter is there. Then there's like even deeper kind of um like repetitive thoughts that might be in there. That's usually a little bit more endocrine, right? That is how the endocrine system is communicating with each other. And a lot of what we call our logical mind is endocrine function, like the endocrine system functioning through the nervous system or functioning through the brain, and that like it produces our thoughts. Then you take the idea of conditioning, which is things that have happened to us in the past. That is the thing that will agitate the nervous system or agitate the endocrine system to produce those thoughts. So undoing the conditioning is good, but you still, if those, the nervous system and endocrine system are agitated, they're still agitated, they're just not getting as agitated from the past. But if you calm those down, even when stuff comes up from the past, you can look at it and go, oh yeah, that was a really crappy thing that happened a long time ago. Where that same thing comes forward and these things are super agitated, it's like, oh, this is so upsetting, this is so triggering, this is, fill in the blank, right? So we all have that thing where if we can keep calming down the nervous system and keep calming down and regulating the endocrine system, when we have negative things that come from our past or from the family or from old business things or things that hurt our feelings when we were kids, whatever it is, the more that it comes up, it's like there still might be a moment of like, that's so upsetting. And then it just passes. Like it just like, where before it would have like spun us out a little bit. You still have like maybe that moment or something, because I remember somebody asking this of the Dalai Lama, and they go, do you ever get super upset? Do you ever get angry? And he looked at the, it was somebody interviewing him, and he looked at him like it was like a crazy question. And he was like, of course I get upset. Of course I get angry. He goes, but it passes in a minute or two. Like, it still comes up, but then it just passes. And so, a lot of times I'm super guilty of this. Like, I think like, oh, I want to make this anger go away. It's not that I want to make the goal is not to make the anger go away. The goal is to let the anger pass and not let it have impact, like not get attached to it or not like start wrestling with it. So like it might come up like, oh, that person did a really horrible thing to me like, 10 years ago. Ugh. Oh well, it's, I'm not saying that happens every time, but that's the goal, right? That's the goal of being able to just sit with it for a few minutes where, you know, there's a person in my family that he's no longer in the body, but you could bring something up from 50, 60 years ago, and to listen to him talk about it and how angry he is, it sounded like it happened yesterday. Like he's talking like it happened yesterday. And it was like 50, 60 years ago. And I remember a couple of times asking him, like, when did this happen? Like, because at first I thought it was a long time ago. And then the way he was talking about it was right then and there. But he was stuck in that feeling, that agitation, like he was never able to put distance between it. He did in the end before he passed, but for the longest time he just would not do it. And part of that is it like just endocrine system and nervous system. Like if you can calm those things down and regulate those things, then when those things come up from the past, they come up and then they go away. And even when they come up, they don't quite have the potency that they do. And then you drop in the whole three brain thing, which we're not really addressing here, but in some of the other classes, you drop in the whole three brain thing, and it's like a way to like either walk away from it or resolve it very, very quickly, very easily, so that it's just like I would call the three brain thing it's a form of active clairvoyance, but it's what I would call um function, like active clairvoyance. There's two divisions. One where you see like items, objects, whatever, and then um the other part is like functional clairvoyance. Like I see how to run the gauntlet of this situation. I see how to handle this situation with the family. I see how to handle this situation in business. Like a lot of times in those business situations where I was being hired, at some point we would be talking about like a hardcore strategy, and a couple of people, like when it wasn't just me one on one with somebody and there was like a small group, they'd start going, what's your background in this industry? Like, when we'd start talking about it. And I was like, I don't have any. Like, I have none. Like, not even a little bit. And they were like, well, why should we follow your instructions? I was like, you don't have to follow my instructions at all. I do not care. But you can look at my track record. Like usually by the time we were having that conversation, I had already gotten them out of a couple of jams and refined something that they were doing in ways that they weren't doing. And I was just practicing three brain. Like that's all I was doing. I'd practice three brain. They present me with information. I'd like sit there for a few minutes and I was like, okay, this is how it's going to go down. I mean, it's literally like it just becomes like you get a download of sorts.
Well, I'm going to be doing a lot of three brain coming
Yeah.
up. I do
It,
have,
honestly, it
um,
should be your new best friend. Like it's just like for most of them, most of the students, like it should be your new best friend. It is um it's in almost every tradition, but it's almost always an inner practice. Like it's usually not something that they teach to the public.
okay, I have the next question is just totally technical,
Sure,
mechanical.
sure.
Um, when we focus on our ankles, usually you're having us focus on the front. So I thought it was interesting that you had us focus on the Achilles.
Right.
And the second part of this question is, um, when we're focusing on the whole leg, I find myself scanning the whole leg, kind of up and down
Yeah,
and up
that's
and
okay.
down. Is
Yeah,
that
sure.
okay?
Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean that's kind of normal. Like there's times where I can go, oh, my whole leg, but usually I go, my whole leg, but those hamstrings, man, or that knee, ugh. For me, it's usually hamstrings or knee. Um, the thing with the Achilles, like I haven't talked about it before, but there's a certain kind of energy that comes in the that area on the backside of your foot, and it's a kind of like imagery that comes in and hits the brain and will affect your physiology, your emotions, your mind. But if you think about like Achilles being dipped in the water and was completely invulnerable, but at that spot, that's the area that can get wounded. um uh it's about like old karmas being able to come in. Like how they come in is partially through that section. Like you're drawing it in like the building blocks from the earth, and so what you're doing is you're diminishing it so that part of the thing about having like active clairvoyance is so that you can realize like patterns in your life, be it that they're from your family, family patterns and genetic things, or that it's patterns from your conditioning, or even like a karmic pattern, that you can see it, handle it differently, learn the lesson, and basically you're going, I'm going to diminish my suffering here, right? But sometimes the amount that's coming in through your feet can be overwhelming to the mind. So by going through and treating that here like that, it's like it takes it all down a little bit so that it makes it easier to see some of the things in the inner world, or see patterns. What do they call it when they do the genetic thing, like the family patterns? Like I never can remember that. It's like the where people talk about how there's patterns from
Is it epigenetics?
Generational.
generational, like the
Generational.
generational thing. A lot of that is just like behaviors that have gone through uh obviously generations, and being able to see it and recognize it, and then go, okay, I'm going to dance my way out of this, or I'm going to walk my way out of this. It's hard to clear any other way. But like, I can remember like being young and watching, a few generations and one side of my family like interacting, and then going like, whatever that is, I do not want to do that dance. So the first thing I try to do is like avoid it. And then you get sucked back into it. And then, there's peer pressure in the family to kind of do it some more. So at some point you have to go like, okay, I have to do this from the inside out, because I'm not going to be able to do it from the outside in. There's too many factors going on. So you almost have to keep increasing your perception and your awareness so that you like go, okay, I'm not doing this behavior or this pattern in the family, whatever it is. I'm saying family, but it could be in a corporate setting, it could be in your personal life, it could be in a relationship, it could be in any kind of thing where you see the pattern and you go, how do I dance my way out of this? How do I walk my way out of it? And aligning those three brains, you just start innovating your way out of these situations, because it's not going to be a switch like where you go like, okay, I'm done. You just start going, okay, this is what's going on. I'm walking my way out. Like I'm walking out of the wilderness to somewhere that is my inner me.
Okay, last question, and I'm sorry,
Mhm.
I've asked a bunch.
No, fine.
Um, is this process that we did this morning a good thing to do before we do the three brain? Does this
It
help
would
us?
enhance a piece of it. It would enhance a piece of the part where it's on the brain. Like it wouldn't so much enhance the part of the solar or the instinctive mind, which is the sex chakra. It wouldn't enhance those parts, but it would enhance the brain.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Loved this segment. The first experiment, I felt the energy mostly in the central channel. This time, the energy began perfusing through more of the body.
Mhm. I agree.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Peggy.
It's Sonia.
Yeah, you said you were talking about the three things to progress rapidly, and you said one was 30, and what were the other two again? Yeah.
Oh, at the beginning of the day. Um,
To evolve rapidly, there were three
Yeah.
things like 30.
One is Thurgy. One is the working with planetary energies, and the other one is alchemy.
Okay.
Yeah. Like in the planet thing, it's not like, I mean, you playing with the charts and things like that is a component of it, but it's more about working the planetary energies in your body. And so we are going to actually be addressing that somewhat in the but body mapping class.
Okay.
There's like the 7 emotional components that you work. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Peggy, then Brenda.
Hey.
Hi. So you just answered a question I didn't know I didn't ask yet. So thank you. But so I'm working on a generational thing.
Mhm.
So the three brains is the way to go.
Yes.
This is good.
Yeah. Three brains is, we've kind of touched on that a little bit, but there's theories that float around about like how to address it, which is kind of more of the logical mind. But when you're looking at these patterns, they're very ingrained, and so you really have to have a high degree of awareness and then the ability to take action, because part of what you're doing when you're working the three brain, boy, I can't stop talking about the three brain thing, so I apologize because it's not really part of this thing, but this plays into it. So the first part, like when you're developing the part of the three brain that has to do with the brain itself, you're diminishing the the power of discouragement. Like when you've had conditioning in your life that has been discouraging, it affects the mind, like how the mind processes, how the mind sees. So then when you see something, you're like, ugh, nothing ever goes well. That's a very minor thing. A lot of times it even has to do with the perceptions. And then the emotional component is the energy of gloom. You're diminishing the energy of gloom. And you could say with the energy of gloom, there's like no hope, no potential, no light in a situation. It's just like, this is the way it is. Just, I just kind of surrendered to it. There's no like dynamic activity to work your way out of it. And then the root brain, which is the sex chakra, is it's not failure, it's the force of failure. And it has to do with creative intelligence and the energies that we've attracted in the past. Like you're diminishing the forces that kind of self-sabotage, or if we've had a lot of negative thinking, which we all have, or a lot of emotions, we've attracted energy from the environment, and that turns into like a force of failure. So the three of these together, you would call, in esoteric teachings, you would call it the energy of catastrophe. And you're either healing or you're degenerating. Healing is associated with, raising your vibration, evolving, spiritualizing. Even if you're just raising your family and you have no spiritual aspirations, raising that family is still spiritualizing. You're doing something, you're loving your family, and whatever it is. And then when karmic issues or conditioning from the past overwhelm the body, we go into this like downward spiral when it just starts to be like a health issue, a situation, how I feel, a relationship. All these things start like breaking down or falling apart. And so by working the three brains, for one, you stop that momentum and you start pulling yourself out of it. Like if you look at like when people genuinely have something karmic manifesting, which most times is just stuff we've done to ourselves. Like the karma is not always what we think it is. But when the karma is really manifesting, it's manifesting in a place of catastrophe, like in the energy of catastrophe. So the more you diminish that, the more you're breaking that pattern. You're usually learning the lessons, which is diminishing the karma. and then eventually starts to be how you spiritually grow and evolve rather than how you suffer, if that makes sense. We're going to be going over this in depth over the next several months, but
That's just great. Yeah, I needed, that's what I needed to hear. Nice to see you. Bye.
yeah. I mean, this is what what we're doing is what mysticism is. You know, mysticism isn't just sitting and being quiet and spacing out, which is what I thought for a very long time. But it's doing this like inner practice, like you're taking steps, but they're inner steps.
And just tiny question. Would you put your finger on the jaw minor?
Yeah, like here's the ear canal. So it's just a little bit below. Like if you open and close your mouth, you can kind of feel where your jaw hinges.
Okay.
It's like right in front of the ear canal, but on the jaw itself.
And then the other jaw one is,
Yeah, it's the same on both sides.
I mean, was there another jaw as well?
Mm-mm.
Just that.
No.
Okay. Jaw.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Wow. That's a big wow.
And then go ahead, Brenda, and then we have more shares and questions in chat.
Hey, Brenda.
Hi. When we got to the back of the head the first time,
Mhm.
there was such a sudden lightning sharp pain in the back of my head and I've been working with the back of my head in many different approaches.
Okay.
And then when we came back and did it again, it wasn't there.
Oh, tremendous.
So my mind wants to understand that, but I'm guessing there's a pattern
Well,
change.
it could be something to do with, like back there we do a lot of processing, but also that is an area that the back head has to do with like harmonizing the somatic nerves, so it's not just like motor function and sensory function, but it's more about like the flow away from the spine and then the flow to the spine. And sometimes what happens through like injury or postural misalignments, conditioning, even old like emotional wounds, is that flow of back and forth gets thrown off. One of the big things that throws it off is people being aggressive to you, like aggressive or super judgmental or snobby or manipulative. That even can throw off that flow. And so it will manifest back there. And so, I think I was telling the story, I can't remember if it was on a Zoom or not, but I used to have this, there's like osteopaths, but then there's these guys that are like kind of, you don't see them very often. They're usually old timers, but they're like almost like spiritual osteopaths. They'll manipulate your body so that you feel better, but it's also to increase the connection to the divine. And this old timer, he used to always, like, every time I would see him, he's like, okay, where's your attention in your body? Where's, like, when you're moving, like, is it on your breath? Is it on your nose? Is it on your face? Is it up in your head? And almost every time for me, it was always on my back head. And it took me a long time to figure out, because I wasn't doing it consciously, but it was always just there. But at the time, I was surrounded by people that they weren't just being like cruel to me, they were just kind of cruel people. Like they were just doing it to everybody, and if you're in front of them, you're getting it. And I noticed that the more that I was around them, the more my awareness would be on my back head. And it's just like your attention and your physiology is trying to like regulate that flow back and forth from the spine. And so doing the cystis or the galbanum on the back head is one of the ways that you can go through and unwind that. Yeah. You could also do it on the spine, but you know how we do that practice where you go, okay, awareness on the spine. Now go to an external situation. Now come to the spine. Now external
Yes.
situation. That is part of what you're doing, is you're unwinding that thing in your back head. Like
Okay.
that is part of a big part of what that practice is about. You know, you're
Okay.
just re-educating a part of your nervous system.
This is so consequential for me.
Oh,
Thank you.
good. Yeah, good.
Completely knocked out.
Mhm.
I was in the dream world.
Good for you.
Lots of visuals while inhaling the oil, even emotions.
Yeah,
Lots of activity in the forehead and ajna.
nice. Yeah. At some point, the awareness and focus is the ajna, awareness is the forehead. At some point, they start combining, and you get awareness and focus at the same time. You can't really force it; it just happens. But when it starts to happen, it's like you can almost feel them both, and eventually, like there's a little like kind of piercing energy that comes from your forehead area, that like when you look at something, it just pierces through all the information and gets right to the truth, right to the heart of the matter.
Handful of people excited about the planetary thing.
Yeah, it's first day of the body mapping. Yeah.
My ajna was on fire when I was inhaling on the back of the head. I was feeling sick with gastro issues. I only did one round of the inhalations. I feel much better.
Oh, good. Yeah. I mean, sometimes things do come flushing out. And so, you know, be kind to yourself. No reason to like suck it up and push through. If the body is adjusting to something, then just, you know, adjust the protocol, you know, diminish it somewhat.
And I know you already kind of talked about the Achilles, but this person asked, the Achilles tendon area is not a spot we work on much. And it felt like some dense energy is there.
Very dense.
What is the importance of the Achilles in this pattern?
We're helping to unwind some of that karmic imagery and the energies that we attract from the environment. So that allows us to process more. You're also kind of opening up like the pathway, so that when the angelic energy comes through, part of what we're trying to do is to flash light onto these things, because even like karmic imagery, like you could say it's a form of like little dark pieces of material, and you're coming in with the angelic energy and you're flashing light on it, which disperses it. And so you're just opening up a certain pathway. Yeah, when I do healings on people, that's always, you know, it might only be a minute or two, but I always clean that spot. Okay, so let's come back on the half hour, and we'll I think we're addressing the adrenals. So we'll do a little work on some adrenal function when we come back. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we're on number 2, segment 2, and it's adrenal function. So this is why we're covering adrenal function in working with angels. You wouldn't think that that would be an issue, but first let's talk about like the oils and the blend, right? So here you have oils that the camphor, the rosemary, the sage, the thyme, they're very good at like strengthening function in the kidneys, but also in the adrenals. And you could say stimulating the adrenals, but stimulating doesn't mean how we think about like caffeine is stimulating. Like if I drink too much espresso, I can't go to sleep. It's not that kind of stimulating. In medical aromatherapy and herbal medicine, stimulation means increasing or improving the proper function, right? So the things like camphor, rosemary, sage, thyme, those all stimulate proper function. The adrenal blend actually does not have any of those oils in it. Well, actually, I take that back. It has a little bit of thyme linalool, but it's Ravensara, thyme linalool, a bit of basil, and then a little bit of oregano. And those aren't necessarily specific to the adrenals, but what they are is they're treating the thing that causes the adrenals to be hyperreactive. And one of the big things that causes the adrenals to be hyperreactive is not just stress and getting upset, it's actually fatigue. Fatigue can be very overactivating, like causing the adrenals to be hyperreactive is the best way to say it. And like a lot of times when people say their adrenals are overactivated, they're more hyperreactive, and they're usually dealing with a large amount of like physical fatigue. And the body, the adrenals start to produce adrenaline to offset the fatigue. So you might not even notice that you're fatigued until you start to rest, and then you're like, oh, I'm exhausted. Right? So these all are strengthening to the adrenals, and they're offsetting that, because when the angelic energy comes in, you are going to be shifting, you are going to be changing, you are going to be processing that energy, right? And if you're in a place of fatigue, it can make your body a little bit more reactive, or even hyperreactive, right? And so one of the things that happens a lot of times, even in meditation, you'll sit and your heart gets expanded, you have oneness, you expand out of your body, you have this great blissful experience. But if you look at the person's body, a lot of times their adrenals start to get overactivated almost immediately. And it's because of the level or degree of fatigue that's in the body. It makes the body hyperreactive. And so here, this has very practical functions for everyday life. But here we're also doing it so that when energy comes in, we can handle it. And if it starts to cause us to shift our physiology, our emotions, our mind, to process something, to release something, whatever it is, we have the energy to do it. Because when we're fatigued, like, we don't a lot of times have the energy to process things the way that it should. So we shut it down, it starts to be resisted, it starts to be deflected. Like, if you start to have a tremendous amount of spiritual energy coming in, the body's super depleted. Part of what happens is the body starts to go, too much, I'm overloaded, I can't process this. Basically, the mechanisms aren't functioning well enough to be able to handle the energy. So it just kind of hits the body and then dissipates, or hits it and the body gets a little congested. It doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So we're wanting to deepen this effect for healing, for spiritual practices, for increasing soul contact. But here, angelic energies, and remember, angelic energies are energies with consciousness. It's an energy with consciousness coming in, helping to elevate us in some way, right? Help us, pull us out of the mud, right? And so by going through and doing this process, you're helping the body, you're helping the emotions and mind, you're dealing with fatigue, and you're increasing your potential to be able to have new things come in, spiritual energies come in, energy with consciousness come in, or just to make a shift, right? So close your eyes for a moment and just notice, how do you feel? And let's do this. Last time we did a little experiment with Archangel Raphael. How about we do two things? First off, think of something in your life where you're like, this is a pain in the butt. This project, I don't know if it's doable, or I'm avoiding it, or, whatever it is. Like, I gotta have a phone call with a family member over something that's uncomfortable, or whatever it is on your plate, like just think about it. You don't even have to go and conjure something abstract. Just think about what's been going on the last week. Something where you go like, nah, that's a thing I've been needing to do and I haven't been doing it. Did that help? The stuff we talked about. Okay. So we have a little bit of a baseline there. You're not necessarily working that, you're just measuring. Like sometimes we don't really know what's happening unless we have something to measure it by. So that is your measuring stick. Again, I'm going to invoke, let's do a different angel. Let's do, how about we'll do the angel Sophiel. Okay, so just close your eyes for a moment and let's just see what happens before and after. So you're just being still, you're letting this just wash over you. So just notice how you feel. Notice it feels a little different than Raphael too. Okay, so pull out whatever oil you have, the camphor, the rosemary, sage. Any rosemary will work. Any of the sages will work. Clary sage, not so much, but if you don't have anything else, it's something. Any form of thyme or the adrenal support. And then begin inhaling with your awareness on the kidneys. And then move your awareness to the Mingmen, which is the center opposite your navel. So the backside of your navel on your spine. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. And the crown. Your awareness is on the top of your head. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Notice your body, notice how you feel. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths, not even directing it to a center. Just take some long, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the kidneys. Move your awareness to the low back area, opposite the navel, known as the Mingmen. Your awareness is on your back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the top of your head, the crown. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the kidneys. Still on the kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the Mingmen opposite your navel. Your back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. And then the crown. And then just pause and let go. How you doing there, cowboy? Mm. Yeah, it's very relaxing. Mm. Let's do it one more time and then we'll talk about it. So again, your awareness is on the kidneys. Long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness to the kidneys. And then the Mingmen opposite your navel on the spine. The back heart. And then your crown. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still for a moment. Okay. What I'd like you to do is reflect on that thing that was from the last week or so, that thing that you were needing to do, couldn't do, or were having issues with. Just see how you feel and how you think about it now? Okay, let that go. And let's now invoke the angel Sophiel just to see what happens before and after. Oh. Five. Oh. Five. Hey, what did you notice? Let's share experiences on this particular segment or ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. Keep in mind, this is something you could use for everyday life. You don't have to use it for working with angels. You could use this just to fight fatigue and the effects that throw the adrenals out of whack. You know, you're going through and treating this in a way that stabilizes the adrenals, you know, basically.
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there.
Hey, hey.
Lot going on in that short little protocol.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
Yeah, so first off, my temple started throbbing and my jaw minor was achy, and I could tell my breathing had changed.
Mhm.
And I don't know if it was the Mengmen shooting energy up but it was kind
It-
of intense.
It could be. I mean, it could be that there was, I mean, it could be that. but also potential for like a shift in the nervous system a little bit, but it's probably what you said.
And then I got emotional. I was
Mhm.
crying a bit. The congestion started to ease, and then the temples got congested again. And then in another round, I almost felt like I had this little kick in the right kidney. And I had another twinge in that kidney later, and I wondered if I was trying to release something or if there's a contaminated
There's
cord
probably a
there.
blockage there. Yeah, or sometimes we don't always have the kidneys functioning like equally. Like sometimes one's maybe a little diminished, or there's a little bit of a blockage, and so you know, with a blockage, sometimes like how you can do it is like how we were doing kidneys, then Ming Men, then Bacard and Crown. When you're really working like a blockage in the kidney, do kidneys and Ming Men, kidneys, Ming Men, kidneys, Ming Men, and the Ming Men will kick out the blockage.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
I knew going into this, like, well, I was aware right away that this is a particular task I had a lot of self-judgment around. I
Mhm.
suspect that's why I got emotional.
It could be. I mean, sometimes the fatigue is like we have like maybe something emotionally or mental we're processing it, or we're having a hard time and we've like kind of worn ourselves down a little bit. I could have turned pro with that in my younger years. Like I just man.
The last
It just
observation,
if I didn't want to process something, I just would work myself to exhaustion. You know,
hmm,
and then I didn't have to think about it. You know.
an avoidance technique in a sense.
Yeah, for me it was.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying that that's for you, but for me,
oh, no, I could make that fit.
yeah, yeah.
The last observation after you invoked the angel, there was this flood of energy in the heart chakra. And then it
Mhm,
felt like some of it was pouring to the solar plexus, and it's like they were trying to work something out. It was really
mhm.
beautiful.
Yeah, like Sofiel is really, really nice about bringing in like kind of a spontaneous like activity into the energy body. And so you know, spontaneity is of the crown, where like repetition or like, you know, the drive for comfort is of the body. And it's not an either or, but a lot of times we're not in like harmony with the two, you know. And so it can have a very harmonizing effect on that. And yeah, I don't know, it's a very interesting angel to work with. You know, like we've done angel classes in the past, and you know, I kind of hesitated, like, let's just do the practice and we won't talk about what the properties are of the angels or whatever. But we are going to do a class at the end of September, just called Angelic Healing, where I give like, you know, a big list of angels and like why to work them. And it's not necessarily like, oh, Michael's for protection. You know, Michael does something to our physiology, to our emotions and mind and our evolutionary process. So each one will be like about that. And Sophiel is all about bringing in like more spontaneity. So like making the physiology much more conductive to shifting, changing, but also like embracing like the soul or the spirit. I like working with that one, by the way. I really like working with Sophiel. Is one of my favorite angels. Sophia, I mean, they're all Sophiel and Sabriel. I work those two a lot. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I'm wondering, should I work this a few more times before tomorrow, given?
I would just say, like, I don't know, you necessarily need to do it a few more times before tomorrow, but I would just do it from time to time. You know,
Okay.
it will improve your meditations, it will make you physically better, it improves immunity, it helps calm you down, you know, like if you get triggered or reactive to something, even when people are being like difficult towards you, it helps you to not like engage them in ways that they want you to engage them. You know how like sometimes like when somebody's coming at you, they want you to it's not that they want you to fight back, they want you to react back so that they can play out that scenario in their head. Like, I'm going to do this, so you react, and then I can do my steps. And it just diminishes the potential for that by fortifying the adrenals. And then if you even think like the thing about Sophiel, like you don't have to use Sophiel for this. I didn't do it intentionally, but you know, you have people coming at you and you're doing this and you feel a little stronger. Sophiel would be something you can invoke to where like, yeah, my reaction is going to be way out of the box. Like it's almost like you confuse them and stop them in their tracks because you don't react in the way that they expect you to react. You know, I used to make this in certain situations. I don't know, we don't have to go into that, but I was like, it's always about like people would be upset about how you talked about or how you reacted to them stomping on your foot. Let's not talk about you stomped on my foot. Let's talk about how I reacted to you stomping on my foot and how wrong that was, or you know, whatever it was. And you know, sometimes people poke you because they're wanting a certain kind of reaction so they can play out this scenario. They're trying to materialize their story in their head. And when you don't participate, it throws them for a loop. But it's not that you're doing it to throw them in a loop. You're doing it so that something more real or genuine can happen in the moment. You know, it's not about this like power struggle. It's just like, I'm just not going to do this. Just not.
I see how that's of benefit to the one doing it. I also wonder if that might not be more of a trigger to the adversarial party.
Well, it might be a trigger, but it also pulls them out of their head. Like a lot of times they go to a place of that they're being traumatized because again, how you reacted to them stomping on your foot, you know. But the trauma is that their story wasn't real. You know, it's like they're mourning the loss, or they're traumatized by the loss of their story. I mean, it's kind of a harsh way of saying it, but it's what's happening.
So in some ways, it's not unlike the, well, aren't we a pair? Because it takes away their frame of reference for where their energy is coming from.
Wait,
As
say
you
that
said,
again?
gets them out of their head.
Yeah, it just gets them out of their head. Because I mean, think about how many times I'm guilty of it. Okay, there's this situation. I'm going to say this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to say this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to say this. I'm going to do that. And then we get into a situation. None of that happened. None of it. Like as soon as I started having the interaction, I was like, that was a story in my head. That was me prepping myself for whatever I thought was going to happen. And none of it happened. Like none of it happened. Yeah. I think I told you guys like a like a month or two ago. I remember having a meeting. We talked about this situation for at least a day, if not 2 days, like how to handle it. What about this? What about that? You know, like all these potentials. Then we went into the meeting and we just went, no. That was it. The meeting was over. But like we had all these things about all these scenarios and everything. And literally we just said, no, I don't agree with you. And that was it. Like that was it. It was done. There wasn't a back and forth. There was just like, I'm not gonna do this. But in our heads, we thought it was going to be this big drama when it was really just a simple little ask of a person. And then we're like, no, we can't do it. They're like, okay. Looking back, it was quite ridiculous on our part, or at least on my part. It was quite ridiculous, but it was a learning moment. Like, okay, I got all worked up on all the details and all the facts and everything, but it's like what I said at the beginning: intuition reveals reality, and if you tap into it, you realize it's not that big of a thing as I think it is. In my head, I'm getting worked up, but really, not that big of an issue.
Amazing how much energy we can spend on our imaginary dramas.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's an ongoing lesson, by the way, at least my experience. It's an ongoing lesson.
Oh, yeah.
Someone shared in the chat, this made me cry. No idea why.
Yeah, like sometimes crying is just simply like a change of perception, like a letting go of something. And you might not know why. You might not know what it is, but sometimes you just have all of a sudden enough energy where you can process something, let it go, even if it's unconscious. Uh, I remember one time I had felt crappy for a while. This is when I was young. And then, and I tried a bunch of different things and nothing was really working. And then finally something worked. And I started feeling better. And I got to this place where I felt better. And that was upsetting. And I know that sounds really weird, but it was upsetting because of all the things that had happened and how long or how much time I had spent not feeling good. And it wasn't like necessarily doing anything wrong. I just didn't have it together. And then it's almost like I mourned that time of not feeling good or not being in a good place. And when your energy levels are down and then all of a sudden they start to come up again, you do have different perspectives. Like you start to see things differently because you have the energy for one to see them, but you also have the energy to process it and take action in ways that you might not have had it before. Like I have a little thing that I say around the office, like, make it simple because I only have so much juice in my legs to go around this park, one more time. Like like if you give me a bunch of stuff, I'm not gonna be able to process it. Like I don't have that much juice in my legs. And that usually happens more towards the end of the day or something, but that can happen in periods in our life where we're just not, we don't have the energy levels, or we're a little fatigued, a little run down. I would even say that, how we were talking about on the last break about the energy of gloom. Sometimes that gloom is just fatigue. Like it's just fatigue, because that's tied to the solar plexus. And, if you look at like when somebody's tired, certain centers are depleted, a big part of that is the solar plexus. And so, if you look at, this is going off track a little bit, but I think it just helps to understand. Like when you're dealing with like addiction or addictive tendency, but with pain meds, like like Vicodin or Darvocet or whatever it is. Part of the addiction isn't so much that the person is like, part of it feels good, it does something to the brain, there's all that, right? And if there's some emotional upset, which could just be my body's not working like it should, it kind of soothes that a little bit. But a big piece of the craving for the narcotic is actually fatigue. And if you look at them, their solar plexus front and back is super depleted. And so you can go through and you can treat all the different things about the drives and the cravings and all that. But a lot of times, if you just strengthen their solar plexus, the craving actually goes away. And if you listen to people who are managing chronic pain and they're on like systematic use of pain meds, I'm not talking about like over a month or two. I'm talking about like when somebody's been on them for like a year or two, right? They'll say things like, I can't get up and get going in the morning until I've taken my pain meds and the pain meds hit. So a lot of times you think about it as the pain thing, but those pain meds give them a temporary amount of energy that lets the body be stronger, and then they can kind of function. The downside of it is it causes further depletion because they're still kind of running on a little bit of adrenaline. They're still running on a little bit of something. So part of trying to minimize the use of the pain meds is you strengthen the body. And when you strengthen the body, they don't crave it as much. They still might need it. Like they still might need it for, managing the back or the shoulder or whatever, but it doesn't become a thing where like, I need it. It's just be like, yeah, I need it. But if they run out for like a day or two, it might be uncomfortable, but it's still very doable,
Nice.
Yeah.
I had a vision of a door opening after toning Angel Sophiel.
Yeah. I love that visual.
And during Sophiel, I was being showered with roses when Greg invoked the angel, so beautiful and expanding.
Yeah.
A reindeer appeared as well after the roses.
Ooh, what color was the reindeer? I'm curious.
Light brown.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, reindeers are amazing.
What does that mean?
Usually something like an elk or a reindeer means like a form of like refining the mind, like cultivating illumination, intuition, harmonizing of the two sides of the brain, like some version of that. Anytime where you see big antlers, it usually means something of that nature. The antlers are very stimulating to the animals don't have a crown chakra like we do, but like the upper centers, like the faculties up at the top of the head, the antlers actually activate that aspect of the animal.
They said I loved the massive antlers.
Yeah, reindeer antlers are massive. Yeah, they're kind of a magical creature. They use that in some of the European shamanic traditions, like the Northern European shamanic traditions. Very strong connection to reindeers.
Gosh, I feel so calm. What a paradigm shift for my spazzy side.
Well, if you're anything like me, that spazzy side will be back around at some point, but it's nice to have a calm and peace at some point. Yeah. That's funny, spazzy side. I like that. But I'm gonna call my daytime self spazzy side.
What is the connection to Angel Sophiel in this section?
It was just a practice. It wasn't necessarily about the adrenals. I just wanted you to. We'd already been doing Raphael, so I just thought we'd do something different.
So a flying reindeer means, they're asking.
Means Santa is on his way. I don't know.
Any significance about the roses falling over me?
That's usually like a heart-centered thing that they were falling on you. Is that a lot of times when things come from the higher soul, they work their way through the forehead or the the right side of the brain, the left side of the brain. But really when it drops into the incarnated soul, or like your physiology, it drops into the heart. And so the roses, I would say, symbolize that. You see in the Egyptian tradition, there's certain beings that have this thing on their, like on top of their head, that looks like a U, like a little bucket like that. And then there's a big red ball, right? And so, this is symbolizing in the outer tradition of like a connection to Ra, or the sun aspect, the solar aspect of God. But the deeper meaning is that red ball symbolizes the physical permanent seed in the heart, and that divinity drops in and then anchors in the heart, and then anchors eventually into the body. So it's actually, when they show that, it's actually a practice. Yeah. So let's go ahead and take a break for lunch.
Oh, we had one more share.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The first, I felt stuck on the situation, like nothing I can do. But in the process of the segments, I could see the image of the solution actually talking to the person and trying to work out on the situation. The solution was something I never even could have imagined.
Oh, good.
After I felt some light, like it was a little hope.
Yeah. And sometimes even the thing like talking something out, you have to be able to adjust and adapt, and still that takes energy. Like, when we want it to be just a certain way, some of it is like, I don't have the energy to process this. Like I need it to be there and done, right? When the energy levels are higher, it's easier to like pause and wait. It's easier to be still. It's easier to let things unfold. It's easier to talk something out with somebody, or go back and forth to work something out. But when you're exhausted, not that easy. And so, like, if you're having that, keep working this one, even just this one segment, number 2 with the adrenal function, just keep working it for a while. Like, strengthen yourself, strengthen your body, so that it becomes easier to interact with somebody that you need to talk something out with.
Right,
Yeah.
thanks.
So let's go ahead and take a break. 12:40, 1:40. What's that? 1:40, 2:10. Let's do 2:10. Is that right?
Yep, that is.
1:40, 2:10. So I'll see you in an hour and a half. Everybody, come on back. And we're at the middle of page 2 on the vagus nerve pathway, absorbing negativity. So here we are potentially working with angels. And why are we talking about absorbing negativity? Well, first off, the vagus nerve pathway is how we connect the heart and the crown. So as the energy comes in, part of how it's going to cross over and end up down in the lower part of our energy body, the incarnated soul, or the areas associated with the incarnated soul, which is the heart down. Part of it is tied to this pathway. Now, a deeper reason to do it is as you bring in energies, it's a energy with consciousness when you're working with an angel. So that is, pure energy. When this energy comes in, it's going to displace lower vibrational energies. It's going to make you shift. It's going to make you change. And the people around you might not be on board with that. They probably logically or in their mind don't really notice it, but as you bring in more light, it's going to displace things that are lower vibration, not just in you, but in the people around you. And it's not something that's necessarily going to be verbalized, but like when you increase light, sometimes there's more pushback, but you're better equipped to handle it. So here we're just ensuring that you're better equipped to handle it, right? So you just want to be able to diminish any sort of negativity that might come up, right? So here you can use any form of the hyssop, and then also chakra root cleanser. So these are bread and butter oils. Okay, so just kind of notice how you feel. And then you're going to start inhaling with your awareness on the base of the skull, which is across the whole bottom of your skull. So if you reach around and kind of feel like where your skull meets your neck, like across the whole area right there. Be nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still at the bottom of your skull. Still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then go to the center area. So again, if you reach around and poke like right in the middle of the bottom of your skull, there's a little indention there. This is referred to as the medulla area. Your awareness is on that little spot right in the center of the base of your skull.
Then your awareness is on the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades, and the crown. Awareness is on the back heart and the crown. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is across the whole bottom of your skull on the back side, from side to side. And then go to your medulla area, the center at the bottom of the skull. and then the back heart and the crown at the same time. Your back heart and your crown are taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the back heart, between your shoulder blades. The bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then the bottom of the tailbone. The bottom of your tailbone. Just let go. Just be still and let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the lungs. Your awareness is still on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. the liver on the right hand side below your ribs. Just let go for a moment. Just let go. Just be still, let go for a minute. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the gallbladder, at least the area that will affect it. So go down to your midline below your ribs, off to the right about 2 inches. 2 inches from your midline below your ribs. Down to the kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, and deep breaths. And then the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the lungs. The liver on the right hand side below your ribs. Awareness is on the gallbladder, couple inches from your midline to the right below your ribs. Your kidneys, awareness is on your kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spleen. And then pause and be still. Just be still. Now you're going to practice abdominal awareness. So your awareness is either on your whole abdominal cavity, which is below your ribs, down past your belly button a bit. Or specific spots within that abdominal cavity. So if you feel some tension or a heaviness, a little pain, explore that area. And then just be still for a moment. And you don't. You're out there. Yeah. And now inhale, your awareness is on the throat minor, which is that little notch between the two collarbones. And then pause and be still. Again, abdominal awareness. Your awareness is on your whole abdominal cavity or on a spot that jumps out at you. And then take long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Again, your throat minor, that little notch at the bottom of your throat, you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Notice your body, your emotions, your mind. Hey, let's share experiences and ask questions. And you can unmute yourself or type in. Let's go ahead and fire away.
Okay.
Hee hee.
Hey, so, so, I don't remember, I don't know if you remember, but last weekend I was saying that I had a really bad headache going up over my head. And you said it was my traps and my
Oh,
SCM.
yeah. Mhm.
It was. I actually, I might have overdone it. I had 3 massages this week because I kept trying to find somebody that would actually be able to get in there and work the way I needed it to work.
Yeah.
And today I've had this stomach issues, and then I've had like a headache. And this protocol seems to be helping the headache, but it also has made my head kind of feel weird, like dizzy headed, and
Oh, really?
yeah.
Dizzy.
Like it's weird. It almost feels like my head is like I feel it in my temples, and it almost feels like my head is lifting off of my body,
Oh,
which makes me feel like a little off kilter.
yeah. Okay.
I have a bubble head today, apparently.
Yeah. Like it's let me look at you for a sec here. I mean, the temple thing I get, like you're kind of shifting around, that's hitting prefrontal cortex, executive functions, things like that. So that I get. The dizziness. Are you having to strain to breathe?
No, but I don't think I'm breathing as deeply as I.
Yeah, I think that's something to do with your breath.
Okay.
Like keep working the neck and stuff.
Okay.
Did the massages help the head, by the way?
Yeah, well, you know what really helped was I haven't been getting like aggressively adjusted by a chiropractor. She's been using the little machine, but
Mhm.
the time she said, I really think your atlas and axis need to be addressed, and I can only do that on that table, where it drops.
Yeah,
I let her do it, and the headache went away. So
yeah. Okay.
it's getting a lot better.
Yeah, keep working that neck and your upper shoulders.
I was doing
In your breath. Yeah, your breath.
do you think I was doing the 3 brains like every day? Do you think maybe I
Mhm.
should just do it every other day, or
I mean, you could try to let that up, but I mean, I think your neck has just been so wound up for a little while that it just caught up to you.
okay?
Yeah, like
I feel a lot better though.
yeah, like it just it needs. I mean, how long ago was the surgery? Like that was like 5 years ago, 8 years ago.
The last surgery was 5 years ago.
Yeah. So it just will need a little bit, constant work from time to time. And like you have a lot of stress with work and everything. And like anytime that happens, you're almost gonna have to double down on some of the work on your neck.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like same thing for me with my back. Like, I'm fine, but when I'm starting to push and we are traveling or I'm, hitting a lot of deadlines, I have to spend extra time on my back. Like, it's my weak spot.
Yeah. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, you are. Glad the headaches went away.
Me too. It was miserable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you tell me where the medulla is?
Yeah. So if you go to like the bottom of the skull, right? And this is just like the point that we're working. If you go to the bottom of the skull, it's right in the center. So if you kind of feel along the bottom of your skull, like right in the center, right in the middle from each side, right? There's like a little indention up in the skull there. That's the medulla area we're shooting for. Yeah.
When we bring in light, will we always flush out negativity in those around us? Or can others have a pleasant feeling around us because of
they'll-
light in us?
They'll have a pleasant, but not everybody's in a good place. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean they're bad or evil. They're just maybe not in a good place. It's not conscious. It's not like it's even going to be verbalized somewhat. You know, maybe sometimes it is, but a lot of times it's just almost like an energetic pushback. Like, for example, you know, when you know, if I like tune in, like I can walk around and I could see like thought forms, you know, like floating around. I don't do this very often because it's not that entertaining. No reason for it, and it's not entertaining. Um, and so I'll see them, but when I'm around like a very developed spiritual teacher, those thought forms almost look like these black balls floating around. And it's not like from the teacher, but it's because that teacher's bringing in so much light, it's dispersing more darkness, and you can literally see like the darkness like dissipating in the area. So like when this one particular teacher, I would see him and he'd be in a hotel, you know, we'd use a hotel venue. And you know, so there's the city, the hotel, it's like a 12-story hotel, and you could just look out the window and you could almost see like little dark things floating around outside, you know, clairvoyantly. And you know, it wasn't scary or evil or anything, but it's lower vibrational energies being like flush out or dispersed. And so the more intensely you bring in light, the more that there's a dispersing. And you know, people are pushing back on purpose. It's their body, their physiology is what's pushing back. A lot of times they're not even aware of it. Like if you brought it to somebody's attention, they would think you're a whack job and they would have no idea what you're talking about. But it doesn't mean it's not happening. It's still happening. The more that you get connected, the more you have to, you're not as impacted as much, but you become more aware of it. And sometimes you just have to take steps to in certain situations, maybe clean yourself afterwards, or you just don't go into certain situations. Like we've been traveling and there's been times where we've checked into a hotel and turned around and left because, you know, it was, even if we cleaned up the room, the place just wasn't clean enough. You know, I've had that in even one place when I was going to teach, we had to change the venue. Like I was like, I can't teach here. I'm not being a diva. Like it's so bad that it's going to cause issues with the people who come or the people in the vicinity. Like it's just the vibration was just way too low. So no amount of cleaning that up is going to change that. So, oh well.
If we cause others to feel a pushback, would that cause others not to want to be around us?
Only if they're being naughty. That's what I would say. Like if they're refusing light, love, and power, being around somebody who might step that up a little bit is not something that they're necessarily wanting to be around. I wouldn't get super caught up in it. It happens, but it's not going to be a big factor. This is more of just a protective mechanism for when you're working with angels. But when you do it intensely, sometimes people
You'll meet somebody brand new and for no reason they don't like you. Has nothing to do with you. It has to do with the energy flowing through. Doesn't happen often, but it happens. You just need to not take it personal, to be honest with you. Just everybody's in their place. Everybody's working it out on their level. You don't need to, this is not something for your mind to like figure out and come up with a technique. You just need to be a vessel of light and protect yourself a little bit. That is it. Everything else is on everybody else. Like it's not your problem. You know, a blunt way of saying it, but it just, your job is for you to evolve, and you're going to affect people around you positively, and you're going to affect them positively in ways that they might have to learn through hard knocks, but they're still going to evolve. It's just not going to be pleasant to watch. That's their choice, not yours. Nothing you can do about that. Yeah. I mean, there's been times where we've had to well, let's not get into it. Go ahead, what's the next one?
Sometimes it feels like my back heart chakra shifts down about 2 to 3 inches. Question mark.
I'm not sure what that means. Like it feels like lower in your back, or I don't know what that means. You have a saggy back heart chakra? I'm just joking. Like you're feeling something in the back heart, like.
Well, they type in other
Okay. So what happens is it's like the the heart chakra. It'll start like opposite the front heart chakra, and that when I try to feel for it, it feels like it slipped down about 2 inches, so it's almost below the shoulder blades, as opposed to properly between them.
You're feeling the back solar, yeah. Yeah,
So
there's the back solar, and there's actually a little bit of something in between the heart and the solar plexus.
right.
So sometimes you might be feeling that. Yeah, I don't talk about
okay.
it very much, but that could be what you're feeling.
Okay, and so do I just kind of keep just nudge my awareness back up to higher between the shoulder blades?
Yeah, because the thing is like, you could say in a way, like you want to keep working it, because even though the back heart transmutes emotions, I'm going to say this about myself, I'm not going to say this about anybody else, but like my back heart transmitting lower emotions when I was younger, it's something that it read in a book. It really wasn't doing it. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was like, yeah, I've heard about that phenomenon, but you know, it's something that you want to keep like training and training, because it ties into a higher practice, that the practice is only as strong as what your back heart is able to transmute. And so like what will start to happen sometimes with your awareness on back heart, you'll start to feel other areas starting to expel. My guess is that's what's happening for you. Like you put your awareness on the back heart, and anytime that the heart activates, it makes the front and back solar plexus release. Like anytime, like you know, you make the heart big, solar plexus just goes bleh, you know, front and back. And so my guess is when you're doing that, the heart's activating, and then you're feeling the back solar plexus starting to let go of something. And you know, in the back solar plexus, it's not always just like lower emotions. It's like body tension, it's tension in some of the muscles in the spine, blockages in the spine. It can be all kinds of weird, funky things. And so who knows what's coming out, but like as it activates, just let it flush out.
Should I keep a salt bowl close? or not worry?
I wouldn't
Spray
worry
and,
about it
do
too
that
much.
like, so like I do like to like spray like the alcohol spray down
Yeah.
my back
Yeah,
to like
do
under the
that. Do a salt scrub or a salt bath from time to time. Like if
Oh,
you
yeah.
feel like you've really let go of a bunch, you know, that happens to me. I mean, I burn incense every day. Like we have a big pile of incense and we're constantly burning different things. I would just step up burning a little bit of incense in the environment and call it good. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
We burn
Thank you for
incense so much that we have like people who kind of come in and out of the house, you know, because our house is really more a business than a house. Like, you know, we have people just constantly in and out. We have employees, you know, we're running a Stara out of the downstairs where, you know, it's just all these things are happening. And a couple of them have said, like, I was feeling kind of crappy, but as I got closer to the house, I start feeling better and better. Remember, wasn't she saying that this week? And she goes, and as soon as I walked in the door, I couldn't remember what I was feeling bad about. We got tonkas everywhere and we burn incense around the clock. Like it's just, you know, we burn incense constantly. So it's constantly just you walk in and it's just like purifying.
I
And
went to
it's not that it's like uncomfortable, but it's just like you're constantly letting go of stuff, you know. And the oils do dissipate some of that when you're doing the oil work, but sometimes, you know, you might be sitting on the couch and something comes out. You wake up in the middle of the night, something's coming out, you know, it's just always something. So, you know, there's incense burning almost I don't want to say every part of the day, but we're rotating the different areas that we're burning incense throughout the day. So that, I mean, it just keeps it as clean as possible.
I was at the acupuncturist and really enjoy. I could tell she had just done some moxa, and boy, just I love that smell of that
Oh,
burning
yeah.
mugwort.
Yeah.
Is there anything specifically that I mean, other than sage and that
Sage
and
is really good.
specific into? Is there? I know
Sage,
for like for house cleaning or detoxing the environment or
so
anything.
sage, frankincense, camphor's a really good one. And then the 7 from the Sandalphon class, you know, the Glory of
Right,
Lebanon,
right.
Moses,
Yeah.
Windsor, you know, all of that.
Okay, great. Thank
Aloes
you.
is super good. Poplar is super
Mhm,
good. You know, all of it's pretty good.
Yes, I just found my poplar balsam. I'm so happy. Okay, thank you. Oh, and might as well do the next question, which is I was wondering, do we consider the base of the tailbone still part of the spine? So like where the little nerves feather out from the bottom of
Yeah.
the sheet
I would
of
do
the
the whole
sacrum,
spine.
the
Yeah.
whole thing, right down to the bottom of
Yeah.
the basic bone. Okay, good. Just checking. Thank you.
Does Nag Champa incense help to clear a space?
It does somewhat. I mean, like I grew up on Nag Champa. It's cleansing, but it's also synthetic oils, and so it has an impact, but it's not as good as when you're using genuine oils. Yeah.
Feeling my heart racing since the last section.
Oh, who is that? Yeah. Heart racing. Why don't you practice just putting your awareness on your forehead and back head at the same time and just kind of being still for a moment? To me, it looks like something's shifting. So just allow it to kind of shift. Yeah.
Awareness, where was that?
Forehead and back head. No need to sniff oils, just awareness on forehead, back head. Just let it be for a moment.
Can Greg share what is the best way to protect yourself a little?
For what kind of situation?
I mean, we have the class that was back in July for protection, but are you just talking about something real minor or?
When you were talking about it a few minutes ago.
I don't know.
Protecting yourself from negative energy.
Yeah, just do this practice that we just did. Yeah.
Sometimes, I sometimes feel there is an energy center between the back, heart, and solar plexus. They actually wrote that before you said there was one.
Oh yeah, I mean it's small, but there is a little thing there. It has a name. I can't remember the name of it. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite incense to clean the space? I wrote down all those different ones.
We use camphor a lot, but we're on a frankincense and a sage kick these days. So I would say, if you ask me in 2 weeks, it's probably going to be something different. But I'd say for the last month, we've been pushing the frankincense hard. Yeah. Like when I make the frankincense incense, this is like how weird and anal I am about oils. Nothing else, but about the oils. Like I got a special kind of frankincense. You know, we have all the normal oils, but there's it's the same kind, but it's from a different distiller. And it's so like kind of thick the way that he distills it that it shows up in these like blocks. You know, it's not even like liquid. Like it's just like you touch it, it gets all sticky, and you know, it's like little strings of it go everywhere because it's so sticky and thick, and so I heat it up and then pour it on the blank punks, you know, the incense punks. And so it's just this heavy, thick, sticky, resiny frankincense that makes this just delicious incense. So I wouldn't use it therapeutically just because it's really hard to work with, but for incense, it's amazing. So yeah, I have a special incense for our frankincense just for the incense.
Remember a couple days ago, somebody came in and they were like, feel like I just came into a cathedral.
Right. Yeah.
I think it was the frank that had just been burning.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll put the link, for the frankincense incense
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah.
It definitely should be on the website. Let me see what I can find.
I'm sure it is. Yeah.
Make it easy for you to find though. I fell asleep in the last 30 minutes and it felt like I slept for a day.
Yeah. Samantha was joining you, by the way. Like
Oh,
she was out there for a good part of that process.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
What about sandalwood incense?
Oh yeah, sandalwood would be another one.
Oh yeah, I don't think I added that.
Yeah. Sandalwood would be very good. Yeah.
What are the benefits of sandalwood comparative to other purifying
Well,
incense?
it's very like they're all pretty cleansing, but like I'd see sandalwood and aloes would be a deeper cleanse. Like to give you an example, like in certain Asian countries, like when there's been a battle, you know, that ground has been very negatively impacted because of all the conflict and bloodshed and everything. And so in certain traditions, they'll go out and they'll burn large amounts of incense on the area to break up that pattern. And the two incense that they burn is aloes wood and sandalwood. And so, you know, some like frankincense is very good. It's very cleansing. Camphor is very cleansing. Sandalwood is cleansing, but it's also breaking up patterns. So that's taking the level of cleansing a bit deeper and a little bit more specific to energetic patterns, which can just be patterns of behavior or let's just say behavior for now, that have been really repetitive and become like ingrained in the area. And so you would use it to do really deep cleansing, even if it's of the, like things that are in the earth, like, negative things happening or bless you. I wouldn't say like burning it over, like, how sometimes they build houses over dump sites. I don't know that it's good for necessarily for that, but just any sort of pattern that's in the area, in the house, and in the room, in the business, whatever it is. It just keeps things clean and fresh. Allows for newer activity, spontaneous activity.
Do you have someplace that says what are in the blends?
What's that?
Do you have someplace that says what's in the blends?
Do I have something? What?
Says in the blends.
We're working on trying to get more of that out, but I have to go through and just like process a bunch of it. We're going to be posting it over the next several months, but yeah.
Like how can I find out which are the more hot oils? Is there a book or something?
In a blend or?
In a blend or in a non-blend?
Hot oils, there's not a whole lot of hot oils. Oregano, clove, cinnamon, certain kinds of thyme. Savory.
Pardon? What was the last thing you said?
Savory.
Savory.
Mhm.
Okay. And that's it?
It's all I can come up with off the top of my head. Yeah.
Is there a book someplace that
I don't blend that way, so I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I'm sure there is, but it's not my approach.
Okay, well, what I am like, I think I finally figured out why my energy reverses in flow and why a lot of oils have a reverse reaction for me. And like I had seen an Ayurvedic MD, and
But is this going to be about the class, or is this? Let's maybe save that for the end of the day tomorrow, because it gets confusing for people.
okay.
Yeah, is that okay? Yeah, I'll answer. Just let's do that tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Anybody
it's
else?
just incense. Oh, one was I haven't inhaled chakra root cleanser like we did today. So nice.
Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah, and like traditionally, hyssop's used to reduce the absorption of negativity. Chakra root cleanser actually is even more potent than the hyssop, but hyssop is what you traditionally would use.
And then just a couple incense comments.
Yeah.
I love ironbark eucalyptus incense.
Oh yeah.
And is it possible to make incense sticks at home?
To make the sticks, that I just buy blank sticks, and then you can do it. Yeah. So, okay. So we will take a break, and we'll come back at 5 till. So we'll come back at 5 till the hour. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. We are at the top of page 3, reconciling opposites. You know, part of the issue here is that you bring in the angel, the energy of the angel, and we're full of things where both can exist. You can really like something and really not like something all at the same time. You know what I mean? You can, I don't know. Two opposites can exist. Just because there's opposition doesn't mean that the other side doesn't exist. Two things exist. And so a lot of times when there's no harmony, it's just causing chaos or a downward spiral. So this is, as things shift, it just keeps reconciling and harmonizing the two things that are potentially in opposition. Right? Like you could think something about something and then have feelings about it, which are very, very different. Right? Both exist. So with that, you have your choices: Bergamot, Galbanum, Melissa, Neroli, Palo Santo, and from the vagus nerve class, the alchemical antimony.
Is alchemical antimony the stronger option?
Out of all of them, yeah. Melissa is probably the second strongest. But they're all A choices. They're all pretty solid. So pick your oil. And this one's just going to be very simple. So here, we're not all going to be focusing on the same thing. Focus on an angel you would like to work with, be it today or tomorrow. It could be anything. We're not necessarily working this with a blend at this point. You're just making yourself conductive to the angelic energy. So whatever angel you would like to work with or draw in, you're focused on that angel and you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Focus on angel and then forehead back. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're still focused on the angel. You're still focusing on the angel. And then just let go, be still. You're not going to inhale at this point, but your awareness is just on your forehead and your back head. Just let this process happen. So let go of the oil. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. Just be still. Okay. We're going to cycle through that again. Your focus is on the angel. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths as you focus on the angel. You're still focused on the angel. And then let go. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. You're not inhaling, you're just letting that be for a moment. Forehead and back head, and now start paying attention to your body. Where do you feel tension on your body with your awareness on the forehead and back head? Wherever you feel it, just try to relax into that part of your body. Your awareness is still on your forehead and back head. You're relaxing your body. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths with the same oil you're using, but your awareness is on your forehead and back head, and you're relaxing your body. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go for a moment. And again, focus on the angel, the same angel. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And you're letting go of the focus. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. Just give it a minute before you start inhaling. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. You're relaxing your body. And begin inhaling with your awareness on your forehead and back head. And then just pause and be still. Let everything go. Just pause and let go. Okay. Again, begin focusing on the angel. Long, slow, deep breaths. Let go of the focus. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head. You're relaxing your body. And with your awareness on the forehead and back head, you're not thinking of anything else. Just start inhaling. Just be still. Just let go. Just be still. Just be still. Just let it incubate. Something's happening. Just let it happen. What's that felt to you? Yeah. Okay. Let's let you have a little bit of a break. I know there wasn't a lot of like normal activity here, but something energetically quite significant happened. So it's going to continue to happen. Let it work. We'll come back at 5 till and we'll do one more before the end of the day and we'll go from there. Hey everybody, let's come on back. We're going to do a little more. Been a nice mellow chill day. Yeah. And so now you have some choices. Probably the most common is cedar, but catrafe will work, rhododendron, spine, and stagnation blend. Which one are you doing?
Spine.
Yeah, spine. Yeah. Rhododendron is actually the national flower of Nepal. Don't know why I thought I'd work that in, but yeah. Okay, so we're deepening this, like opening up the channels or the physiology, however you want to call it, opening up the pipe. We did it in the last session where it was very simple, but you could feel something was happening. We weren't even working with the angel yet, but so here we're going to do this and then we'll talk about it. And anyway, so you have whatever oil that you have. And again, pick whatever angel you want to work with. You can use the same one as you did the last process, or you can choose a different one. This is more about opening up the process. I can't even remember what's in it. Okay, so first you're doing angel awareness. So whatever angel you're working with, your awareness is on that angel. Not quite the hard focus of last time, but you're aware of the angel. You're thinking about it, you're aware of it. You want to focus like last time, that's okay too.
Someone's asking what oil in the kit.
I don't have my iPad.
Himalayan cedar.
Yeah, cedar. Ooh, did I really? That's kind of a fancy cedar. Nice. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Poplar, rhododendron, tobacco, acacia, dark patchouli, and hibiscus. Oh, am I not wearing that all the time? You're practicing awareness on the angel. Now, move your awareness to your body. Just check in with your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Tightness, heaviness, agitation, just a little weirdness, whatever it is, your awareness is there. And you're inhaling the blend with your awareness on that spot. Move your awareness to the spine. Check in with your spine. If there's a spot, your awareness is there. If not, it's your whole spine. And then just be still. We should hyperlink this in the booklet for the angelic healing. So at the beginning of the book, and then again, just hit it and have them have it covered again. And then just pause and be still. Something's happening, just you're letting it happen. There you go. Something's happening. Even at this point, if there's an area in your body where you wish for healing, you can just kind of gently put your awareness on that spot, and it will just help direct some of the energy flushing in. Okay, again, your awareness is on whatever angel you want to work with. You're not sure, just kind of pick one, do Raphael or Michael or Gabriel, Uriel. Your awareness is on that angel. You're taking nice, long, slow Deep breath. Move your awareness to the body. And your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. And just letting something happen. There's an area in your body where you wish for healing. Just gently put your awareness on that part of the body. Let's do it one more time. Your awareness is on the angel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your body. Your awareness is on your spine. You're finding a spot in your spine or your whole spine, and you're inhaling into that spot. And then just pause and let go. Just let it happen. Wherever you want to direct the energy, just put your awareness on that part of your body. And then just be still. Just be still, just let go. Hey, gently move around, and so we can share experiences. You can ask questions. You can just chill out, unmute yourself, type in. We have this segment and the segment before. So go ahead and fire away if you'd like. Kind of calming and soothing and chill and like quiet. It's always very quiet for me.
Think it's quiet for everybody.
Even the look on your face.
Someone did ask, how do we choose an angel? I really don't know what each one does.
Yeah, for right now, we're just practicing with angels. So if you're not sure, just go to something that you kind of know a little bit, like Michael or Raphael. We'll be going into the different angels and which ones to choose. Coming up a little bit later in September. But for right now, we're just practicing like how to work with angels in general. Yeah.
So we don't need to know what each one does for this practice?
For this weekend.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there, this is a quasi-related question, I think.
Hmm.
But when you say just let go, where does one hold one's awareness?
You just let it kind of float to wherever it's going to go. What you're really trying to do is just be in a state of being where your awareness really isn't like focused anywhere, or you're not like holding your awareness on a particular area. So if you start to expand, great. And if not, you just wherever your body or your awareness kind of floats to.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's what
Yeah.
happens, but
Yeah, because in that state, the more that you can be just like being and not being active is when a significant amount of energy comes in. And so we have our everyday mind. And so the thing about like putting your focus on something, it's like it takes it to the extreme so that when you let go, like more energy comes in rather than just going, okay, just let go. Like instead of fighting the mind, you're kind of working with it and you're going, okay, focus, focus, focus. And even tomorrow, we're going to be going focus, focus, focus. Now tense up your body, keep focusing. Now hold your breath and then let go. And so it's like it almost pushes it to the extreme to produce the opposite extreme.
okay, that's helpful. I think that the trick for me is to not get caught up when I notice it has landed somewhere or been
Yeah.
sort of drawn
But
somewhere.
even when it lands somewhere, you just go, oh, that's
There
interesting.
you
It
are.
landed on minotaurs. I'm going to think about minotaurs for a while. And then it floats away. And then you go, now I'm thinking of a sandwich.
It's usually a spot in the body.
Okay. So then you go to that spot in the body and then you just like observe it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I like where I was going with the minotaurs, by the way.
I work with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was a lot of light, and towards the end, there was a lot of electrical sort of like
Yeah.
blue light
Yeah.
within and all around, observing and enjoying.
So this is what I would say about that. Like, yeah, you're nailing it. Like there's like a really bright light that comes in. It's like what you would call electric or energy with consciousness, and then we'll start to have tinges of different colors depending on the kind of energy that you're bringing in. But this same idea of working with angels would also work with deities. Like, you're trying to bring in the Christ energy, the Buddha energy, the energy of Rama, or Buddha Miling, or Tara, white Tara, green Tara, Mahakala, whatever it is. You can tell I'm turned like looking at my tonkas in the room. You now know what tonkas I have in my room because I'm like, or this one, or that one, or this one. Yeah, same idea. Same idea. Yeah.
Somebody was wondering that. Thank you.
Yeah.
They're wondering what tonks you had.
Right.
No, I'm
Yeah.
just kidding.
I have Padmasambhava. I have a very old white Tara. I think that one's what, 14th century? Is that one?
Yeah, that one's the old
Yeah,
one.
yeah. That one's 14th century. And it's 108 Taras on it, like all these different Taras. And then I have another one that's about a 15th century Mahakala. That came out of a temple. And then another Padmasambhava. Yeah. This is Chenrezig. I don't know if you can see it, Chenrezig, which is the Tibetan version of Kuan Yin. And then this is a white Tara behind me. Yeah. This Tara actually belonged to one of the Dalai Lamas back at the early 1800s, late 1700s. We're not sure which one, but yeah, it's a Dalai Lama Tonka.
Someone else shared they saw intense color, more intense than usual while in the breathing process. and
Mhm.
sounds that had another dimension.
Yeah, so that brings up a good point is sometimes you'll start to hear sounds like buzzing sounds, like frequencies. You'll start hearing frequencies. Like when I do this really intense, I'll start hearing sounds and it's so intense. I'll go, man, like my head's buzzing or my ears are buzzing, but I've been standing around people and they'll go, do you hear that buzzing sound? And I'm like, they're hearing what's in my head, but it's like it's in the energy field. And so like if they're close to the energy field, they'll start to hear the sound.
My heart feels squishy now.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, it's very soothing. It's very activating to the heart. Very, very activating to the heart.
What homework should we do tonight? Cycle the protocols, oils to make it stronger
Yeah,
tomorrow?
you could if you feel like going back and doing something. I mean, if you want to go back and start with number 1 and remember how we started off the day with the cystis or the galbanum, and you could cycle back through. I mean, these last 2 that we did, number 4 and number 5, they're super chill. Like if you just want to sit and just do those for a while, I do that often. Yeah.
Are you sure? Because someone said, can our homework be sleep?
Yeah.
please?"
Homework can be total sleep.
Okay.
Yeah. And like this one that we just did with number 5. Here I'm saying angel awareness, but you could sit and have your awareness on the Buddha and then do the same thing, or Mahakala or White Tara, whatever it is, Ganesha, whatever you're wanting to work.
In this segment, what is the difference when we use spine oil or stagnation blend? I use stagnation and it was really strong.
All of these are pretty strong. Even just doing cedar. I mean, if you wanted to be, if you wanted to even do this, like, okay, I'm going to do this like while I'm sleeping, you could put cedar on the spine. None of the oils quite do what cedar does on the spine, but they all, for this, they do different things, but for this, they all do something very similar. And so, yeah, they're all pretty potent. Yeah.
I'll read the funny one in a minute. Head was burning, sensations that keep moving around. Head has burning sensations that keeps moving around.
Like on the scalp or deep or scalp. Maybe just like massage your scalp a little bit. That could be just the sensory nerves a little bit. So just get in and just kind of on the scalp a little bit and just kind of move the energy a little bit.
And then let us know.
Yeah.
There was a bit of pain on each side of base of skull during the protocols. What can I do to help?
That is actually probably the Ming Men and the energy shooting up and then getting stuck at the base of the skull. I mean, sometimes moving the shoulders, I'd get up and do like big hula hoops, like, just move your hips around and just open up the channel a little bit, Yeah.
I stayed awake through the whole class. First time this year.
Yay.
Salt bath?
Let's take a look. I'm smiling because now we have the everyday basics where we can go through and say a subject.
I don't quite have it on the blog website yet, but
Okay. Well, we'll do it.
we can
We're gonna do a drag and drop and send it to you. How's that? Yeah. Okay, I'm looking up salt baths here. And if you didn't get the booklet from last weekend, I suggest getting it because it's just like a bunch of different kinds of salt baths for different things, a bunch of different kinds of foot baths, a different kind of ointments. And it's not like how to treat everything, but it's just a bunch of like, if I need to clean up my energy body, what do I do? I would say this is the one I'm gonna say. We're gonna suggest some lymphatic oriented baths. And Samantha's gonna post those here in just a second.
That we could have just told that Andrew probably would have posted it as fast. for
Yeah,
us.
I know.
I'll get those up, but until that comes into my email and I share it, someone had to share it a question. It
Mhm.
was very calming, and I saw a big bowl of lights coming towards me. I have a question. At the end of the last two exercises, I felt some pain in the end. The first one was right pointed finger. The second one was the right side of my neck. Is this weird? Is this wired? Is wired?
Wired. I'm not sure what that means. Those actually could be connected. Like the stuff going up in the neck and shoulder could be radiating down into the finger. Could be some blockage up in the neck or shoulder, or like even a little bit of a trigger point that's not very activated, but activated enough. And so sometimes when the energy comes in, it will hit some blockages sometimes. It usually breaks it up, but it doesn't always break it up just right then and there. So the idea of the lymphatic bath is, you're like anytime you work with the lymphatic system, you're displacing lower vibrational energies. So it just helps your body acclimate to what's happened. Not that it's super intense where you need to really do it, but if you want to, it will just take it a little bit deeper. And if there's areas where there's blockages, a lot of times they're tied to stagnant lymph in the area. Even a trigger point is such stagnant lymph in an area where it's caused a neurological, point to be activated that starts to cause some dysfunction in the area. And so taking some sort of lymphatic bath is actually quite helpful. Yeah.
Two questions. What does cedar do when being applied on the spine?
It helps to integrate things. It helps to integrate things. You're moving energy to and from people, communication, the environment. And with cedar, it opens up the movement. I mean, all of those oils do it, but inhaling is one thing, but topical, they don't always do it. Like if you were put catrafé on the spine, it would be nice, but cedar is way nicer. Like, you know what I mean? And so cedar also is very good for mixing the energy of the heart and the crown. So not only are you integrating and opening up the like the afferent efferent movement, well, just like the back and forth movement from the spine, it's helping to integrate things into the spine, and you're also releasing like deeper, lower emotions and things like that, and you're connecting the crown and the heart. And remember, the crown, the forehead, the ajna are all associated with the higher soul, the throat being the bridge, and then the heart down is associated with the incarnated soul. So when you're mixing the heart and the crown, you're increasing a connection from the higher soul into the incarnated soul or into the form. So it allows for more of the energy to flow.
And the person with the scope,
Mhm.
it thinks this is helping.
Yeah.
And what about stagnation on the spine?
Yeah, stagnation could be used on the spine. Stagnation, you don't even have to put on the spine. Stagnation, you can just put on the wrist and rub it together and it will open up the spine. Cedar, you have to put kind of directly on the spine. But you can also do a concoction of both. Put some cedar on the spine, a little stagnation here, inhale the spine blends. You can have a spine party right there.
Any cedar?
Yeah, any cedar will work.
Great session today, guys.
Yeah, nice chill day, and we're gonna have another chill day tomorrow, and be taking it a little bit deeper, and should feel a lot like today, but even a little deeper. So, yeah. Okay, you guys. So we'll be starting at 10, and remember tomorrow we'll be doing at noon Central Time. We'll be doing the Astara Sunday session. I'll be doing a healing session that usually lasts about 20 minutes. And so you guys are welcome to join us. Given what we're working on, I'll tie it together and we'll take it a little bit deeper in that session if you want to join us. And yeah, we'll have another good day tomorrow.